gonna turn off this song on the starting screen. All right. Yep. That's the thing. So, how's it going, everybody? I will wait for y'all to filter in. What do we do? How does it? How does it? How does it do? What are y'all doing? What's up? We're we're getting started here. We're just gonna get into it. So yeah, I got I gotta go over some rhetorical tricks that I've seen um over the past couple of days, and it's been some of it's been some great shit. All right, so uh talking shit on the Soviet Union as I do because it wasn't socialist. So I'm going to make criticisms of it, and as I'm making these criticisms, somebody comes in and they, because it's like it wasn't socialist, it didn't really achieve any of its goals, blah blah blah, you know, the real shit, the way that you're supposed to. And somebody came in and started going, oh, so you're just going to ignore the 800 million people who were lifted out of poverty? I think it was like somebody had made a post about uh, those revolution, the Chinese and Russian revolutions actually set back socialism because of the horrible optics. And so I went in and shit on Soviet Union and didn't really mention China because I think China's in a weird spot where it did actually kind of improve the lives of the people living there in some ways, but also didn't in other ways. It's in a weird spot where I'd have to look more into it overall because I don't know a whole lot about Chinese history in particular, to be completely fair. So I try not to criticize China as much, but I did look into USSR history. That is absolutely a thing I did. So I came across that and I'm just like, well, that's not at all what I was saying. Like I was literally criticizing them for not achieving the goals. I mean, they did. There was like housing, but it was inadequate. There was fucking famines and shortages all over the place, and in the USSR, like it didn't achieve the goals that it set out to. It failed in what it was supposed to do. I attribute a majority of this to Stalin, his paranoia, and his poor leadership. So I'm sitting there looking at that, and I'm like, that's kind of a straw man because I didn't. I'm not talking about China really. I don't think China achieved its goals really, but it's in a more nuanced position. And you're also talking about material conditions of the people there when I'm talking about the goals that it set and didn't achieve. So a straw man is like looking at your opponent's point and finding the weakest way to structure it. And that's kind of what was done there. It's actually a mix of multiple ones, but I'm gonna focus here on the straw man. So my point, obviously, like I said, was that it didn't achieve its goals. It had some lofty and admirable goals. It started to work on them. They got redirected uh, under Stalin, and shit kind of went downhill. Gorbachev was on the right track, at least economically, trying to restore some of the like conditions that people lived in, from what I know, but he still wasn't great. But I mean, My point overall was, yeah, no, it didn't achieve its goals. And then looking at that and adding China into it, and then talking about 800 million people lifted out of poverty. Well, one, no, and for two, again, that's not my argument. That's a very weak interpretation done on purpose. It's usually done for an antagonistic reason. They want to make you look foolish in some way. They want to try and belittle you. They're trying to get you upset by it. So these you kind of have to correct and laugh off. It's absolutely the easiest way to go about it. But the one that is a little bit harder to deal with is the the redirection. It's when you look at an opponent's point and you move. It's also called changing the goalposts in a sense. You move what you're talking about, the subject of conversation, to a different point, which was also done in a similar uh, thread. I'd have to look back and find it, honestly. Oh, hey, it's right here. Yeah, Shinji. They said the Russian, Chinese, Cuban, etc. revolutions were an overall net positive for the world, even if the end goals were imperfect. I said that somebody else said the Cuban Revolution was the best, the Russian February Revolution was cool, and the outcome of the Chinese Civil War is debatable whether it was for the best, in my opinion. To which somebody came in and said siding with the Nazis and Americans to own the tankies. No, no, that's not at all what happened. But I can run with that. That is a misdirection at its fucking best. So I came in and said the Chinese Civil War that has led to Xi has been objectively a failure of a socialist revolution because it's very much state capitalist still. You know who did side with the Nazis, by the way? Stalin. Look at the Soviet German Axis talks. That's all I got to say on that. Oh, and who sided with the USA? Mao, because he did. And then they went on to say, read a book instead of disrespecting the millions of Soviets and Chinese people who died for your freedom to say dumb shit like this. I'm sorry. You know how many Americans also died fighting the Nazis? A lot. So that wasn't just the Soviet Union and Chinese people. The Soviets tried to join them first, which the person who the guy was trying to shit on said no Soviet or Chinese person died for my freedom. They don't live in America or in Europe. So that's a thing. To which somebody else came in. I personally would have been unaffected by fascism. Is not a good look. Which that that's purposeful misinterpretation. I know that we're not really there, but going through this thread, I mean, we can kind of reorganize the timestamps or whatever. This isn't meant to be really structured. And I said, that's literally not what anyone has said. Holy shit, you tankies are seriously, unabashedly stupid, which I do believe. They have some sort of brain rot. I'm sorry, but it's true. Because that is a purposeful misinterpretation. So I said that, and they came in and said, so what's the alternate explanation when millions of Soviets died saving the world from fascism? Yeah, Soviet Union lost a lot. They were kind of already having some issues because their alliance with Hitler fell through. But let's see. God damn it. 205 million people lived in the Soviet Union. 205 million people. There was 132 million people in the USA during that time. That's a lot. When did Russia Russia entered in 1941? December of 1941. You know what a big difference here is? We didn't get invaded. They couldn't like the Nazis couldn't invade us. Who the fuck could invade the United States? That's kind of the point of like how we got our strength. We don't get invaded. We're not locked to a bunch of other countries the same way. We took a huge landmass, spread out across it, and went everybody take guns. Like fuck. And since like everybody in the United States has some sort of gun fetish and we're statistically more violent, it's kind of a scary ordeal to think about invading. Let's face it. So, yeah, like I said, either you acknowledge that the Soviets protected you from fascism or you acknowledge that you'd be unaffected by it. No, I wouldn't say that I would have been unaffected by fascism. Uh, Definitely would have affected me because I would have grown up probably in a fascist state. But the other person said, my point is that I live outside of Europe. The only scenario involving an Axis victory would lead to them installing puppet regimes in parts of Europe not directly under their control. In this chaos, a lot of overseas European colonies would gain independence, which is true. And then dumb fuck comes in. Nazis. We are explicitly fighting for a redivision of colonized world and would be more than happy to share it with the British Empire once we have wiped out the most powerful enemies of imperialism. Online idiots. A Nazi victory would not have affected the Third World. Original. Um, Original target. You're stupid if you think that the Soviets were the most powerful enemies of imperialism while they were still straight up expanding their borders over sovereign nations, or that's why the Nazis wanted to wipe them out, not simply because the Soviets were Slavic. Also, as happy as the Nazis would have been to try and take some colonies themselves, they would have not been able to. Even if a fascist puppet regime was installed in Britain, it wouldn't have been able to hold on to many of its colonies. By the time the war ended, a victorious Britain had been heavily bombed and was run over with war weariness. A defeated Britain would have been in even worse shape. But let's say that a defeated fascist Britain, puppeted by the Third Reich, decided to try and hold on to its colonies. That wouldn't work either. In our timeline, many native Royal Army units were in open revolt by 1945, only calmed by assurances of independence. If the word from London was no independence, the native army units would only revolt harder, with many more units and local civilians joining their ranks. It would become militarily impossible for Britain to retain control of its colonies. Additionally, the United States, being the only enemy of the Third Reich that hasn't been given a fascist puppet regime or simply Lebensraum, would simply find itself with no European allies and therefore begin looking for allies elsewhere, because the United States did not want to be under the control of Hitler. As much as the United States liked what Hitler was doing initially, um, they weren't a big fan and never have been a big fan of being controlled by another country. Kind of the whole point of the American Revolution was we didn't want to be controlled by fucking Britain. So, it follows that the United States, having now begun to actively involve itself in world affairs, would attempt to support independence movements in the colonies of now fascist European nations hostile to the U.S. to weaken the position of the Third Reich and its puppets. Which is true, this is how America acts. Not to mention, find new allies outside of Europe to support America against a fascist hostile Europe, especially with the Third Reich preparing to try and send bombing missions across the Atlantic to the U.S. mainland. Dumbfuck comes back. Idiots. The map is an imperfect abstract representation of the territory. You, the world, is an imperfect representation of Hearts of Iron 4. To which I laugh and repeat that that's not what they are saying. You smooth brain shit. Because this year, Dumbfuck here is engaging in a completely different form of rhetorical trick. This is, I mean, I mentioned it before already, but this is, again, purposeful misinterpretation. This many times looking at these things and coming to that conclusion shows you that they don't know anything about uh, geopolitics. They don't know anything about how nations react whenever their sovereignty is threatened. Like, come on. It's fucking ridiculous. So I call him a smooth brain shit. And then we get the newest copy pasta. I'm sure you've seen it already. I'll pull this one up. What? Did Winston block? No, what? Did Winston delete the tweet? Winston, you didn't have to. You don't exist in a material sense. A leftist who swears fealty to ruling class morality ceases to have any real independent existence. You become an irrelevant barnacle on the ass of whichever red MAGA or blue MAGA faction is predominant in your sad, degenerate suburb. He mentioned some of the suburbs a few times, but they didn't pop up in the run of the thread. And I find this fucking hilarious because A, I've never once lived in a suburb. I've never really had money. Parents worked. Well, my dad worked when he was like the second in command of a fucking local construction countertop company, and then that went under after a little while, and he moved to being a worker at a different construction company, and then he became disabled. So, kind of grew up in pretty poor conditions. Let me tell you, not good. Not good. I understand working class struggle. I do. So, this dumb fuck actually puts no analysis on any of this shit. I don't want to speak out about what initial target of this ridiculous behavior had said, because A, I don't know what country they're from. I have no fucking clue. And B, well, it's mostly just A. I don't know what country they're from, so I do not know the history of what's going on there. But I'm going to kind of have to take their word. They're one of the most honest people that I've come across on here. But this is straight up new copy pasta. I fucking love this. So within this one thread, we got all sorts of shit. We had straw manning, we had redirection, we didn't have Motte and Bailey, but we had purposeful misinterpretation. We did not have two of them, conflation and Motte and Bailey, right? So we're gonna go with conflation since that's the one that's already here, or Motte and Bailey. I mean, we're going with Motte and Bailey here. What is a Motte and Bailey? Well, Motte and Bailey is when you put forward a really piss poor argument or position, and when you get challenged on it, you retreat back to a much stronger position. I really should have a good example on hand. It is legitimately a fallacy. Okay. The Motte and Bailey. Yeah, it's a form of argument and an informal fallacy where an arguer conflates two positions which share similarities, one modest and easy to defend, and one much more controversial. So, if you watch a lot of like right wing propaganda videos, they'll throw out some ridiculous thing like, I think it's probably gonna get clipped for it, but they'll throw out something like, I think it's weird and wrong to cut off your penis. And then when you push on it, it's like, well, you don't cut it off. You actually do a very complicated surgery to like kind of do an inversion, and they restructure things, and you get a vagina. And they go, well, it's wrong to try and change your sex through some. Even then, it's not a strong argument. I don't know, that they don't really have good ones. It's always bad like that. So let's see. Motte and Bailey Castle is a medieval stone tower on a mound. The Motte is surrounded by an area of land, the Bailey, which in turn is encompassed by some sort of area. Dead, blah, blah, blah. Okay, yeah, I guess this is the best one I can get. Um, yeah. So if you put forth an argument like, I don't understand why people believe in astrology, there's no scientific evidence to support it. And person B says the moon has enough pull to cause tides every day on Earth, but it has no effect on people. Are you trying to say humans are literal gods unaffected by nature? I guess evolution isn't real either. Here, person B has substituted an easy to defend Motte. Human beings are affected by natural forces, including the moon's gravity, for a controversial Bailey claim. Astrology's use of the position of celestial bodies in the sky to make predictions about people's personality characteristics and behavior is scientifically valid. Yeah, really should have had one of those prepped offhand. But yeah, no, that's the thing. So they're taking the human beings are affected by natural forces, including moon's gravity. Motte, easy to defend position, really easy, for the controversial claim of that it's perfectly valid to use, that it's scientifically valid to use uh, astrology because it uses celestial bodies in the sky to make predictions about your personality, characteristics, and behavior. Didn't see that one. And I didn't see conflation, which is similar. It's where you conflate two things. Like when people will, it's usually like purposeful conflation. It's not really a Motte and Bailey because they don't ever retreat. They just constantly buckle down on the conflation. You'll see it a lot in gender discourse where people are talking about gender and they have to remind fucking turfs and other dumbasses that gender and sex are separate things, and they will always conflate the two every time. There is no moving them off of it. They just conflate it every time. Pretty fucking sad to see, really. Well, that's a quick little deal. So, what do you do about them? That's the real one. How do you deal with these fucking tactics? Well, with the straw man, you just kind of have to laugh it off and steel man your argument. You have to reinforce it, and you have to steel man your opponent's argument, because if you straw man them after they straw man you kind of weaken your own steel man. It gets people to be like, oh, well, maybe his interpretation was the better one because he put forth this interpretation. Maybe the weaker interpretation is the more correct interpretation. So you want to do your best to steel man your opponent and make sure that if they try and straw man you, you steel man yourself. And steel man is putting forth the strongest possible interpretation, the best, most good charitable interpretation you can. Redirection, you just have to try and remember where you're at and hold them on point. Like moving the goalpost, you have to. Redirection can also come up in the form. I did forget to mention this. No, that is not what I do. I normally don't talk about shit that happens on Twitter, so you're wrong there, buddy. What do you do about redirection? Because it can show up as moving the goalposts or whataboutism, where somebody will say something like, "Oh, I dislike when when Trump was president. Oh, I dislike Trump bombing here and bombing the Middle East." And they'll be like, "Well, what about when Obama did it?" Well, we're not talking about when Obama did it. You have to hold them on point with that. Both of the things with the redirection and the whataboutism. They're trying to move you off of the current point. You have to move and keep. You have to move them back onto the point and stay on track. That's the only way you can deal with that. The Motte and Bailey, you just have to point out. You have to be like, no, those are different positions you just held. Purposeful misinterpretation. There's not a whole lot you can do about that. You just have to kind of point out the bad faith that they're acting in. It's like, wow, you are really keen on not reading a charitable interpretation of my words. Conflation, that one, you just have to hammer on it every single time. Oh, well, this is this. No, they're different fucking things. I hope so, Camel. I'm not mad. Uh, the point of this channel is not to fucking drama bait, and I do just cuss like it's part of my normal vocabulary. But if I do it, it's unless I'm specifically saying something to you, it's not me being mean. I'm not mad. Uh, but no, the point of the channel is to just kind of like go over stuff and generally try and chill. Which person I called a fascist? Who did I call a fascist? I do. I do call people fascist sometimes. Are you the dude who was misinterpreting a whole bunch of the shit? Or are you Winston? Wait, did you delete your entire fucking... Oh, Winston, why would you do that? No, I never called Winston a fascist. I did call somebody a fascist. I just don't remember who it was. I think they were defending Holodomor and shit. Not a big fan on that one. Anyways, let's go ahead and maneuver on over to the next thing, because I know it's not been nearly as long. It does. I just put in timestamps and kind of ramble from a start. Oh, Camel. Okay, let me see. I think I blocked you because you were really fucking annoying. Na 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 na. Did I block you and unblock you? Because I do that sometimes too, just to get somebody to shut the fuck up. Yeah, no, you're not blocked. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, okay, so you're the Syrian nationalist. Yeah, yeah. No, yeah. That's why I called you a fascist. Got it. Why did I close that? There we go. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and maneuver on over to the whole Afghanistan situation. We're gonna go over some shit, but we're gonna start. This one is just a really bad fucking take with Kyle Kalinske over here. Really excited for a CNN host to cry on air about Jalalabad. Jalalabad. Social nationalist. No, you straight up say that you're a Syrian nationalist. Syrian social nationalist. Okay. You want to prove to me you're not a fascist? Give me a give me a few answers here. Do you support opening borders? Do you support democratic ownership of the means of production? Do you support decommodification? Do you support international relations working towards the betterment of humanity and the planet? Kind of relevant to this particular topic, anyways. We gotta talk about Afghanistan. So, what do we got going on there? A lot of shit. We're gonna start with the a little bit of the history. Now, it's gonna be kind of a essentially a Cliff Notes version. I'm not going into every single detail, but you can get a general takeaway here. From the Afghanistan Civil War onward is where we're going. 1970s, breakdown of the political order in Afghanistan. 1973, Mohammed Daoud Khan seized power in a coup. In 1978, the Sahara Revolution killed Khan, and it was led by the PDPA, the People's Democratic Party of Afghanistan. They pushed for socialist transformation, like abolition of arranged marriages, promote mass literacy, and reform land ownership. Islamic leaders opposed many of these, and the crackdown that the PDPA uh, used to try and silence them led to open rebellion. In on September 11th, 1979, Amin al-Taraki, open borders, no borders, abolition of borders, literally no borders, free flow of people. The USSR intervened militarily later on in the year, in December of that year, to install the PDPA back to power. The Soviet-Afghan War prompted that led to the Soviet-Afghan War, which is a whole fucking deal. But it prompted the Cold War rivals to support the rebels, like the Mujahideen, which is yeah, yeah. The apparently in 79 or 80, I think it was. Osama bin Laden had founded Al Qaeda and was working with the Taliban and like as the Mujahideen, and from what I've gathered, they're largely Islamic fundamentalists. They were pushing against the PDPA, which was secularist socialist governance, and the Soviets withdrew in May of 1989. PDPA held power until 1992. The Soviet collapsed and deprived them of aid, and that's not what I asked you, Camel. USSR collapsed and deprived them of aid. Uzbek General Abdul Rashid Dostum defected, and that opened the way for the invasion of Kabul. Remaining Afghan warlords vied for power in the region. Bin Laden, who was with Al Qaeda, had left the country by that point, and the U.S.'s interest in Afghanistan diminished. From 1992 to 1996, there was warlord rule, essentially. Rabbani becomes the president of the Islamic State of Afghanistan. He had to battle other warlords for control. Uh, and then in 1994, Mullah Omar of Pashtun Mujahideen founds the Taliban. They sought to end warlordism through strict adherence to Islamic law. By November 1994, the Taliban had captured Kandahar province. They declined the government. Um, well, that's it's kind of a problem. It's kind of a deal to not have borders. No, no, no. Literally no borders. Not just for the Levant. You can't you can't just say Levant area, big Syria, so that you can be imperialist and expand Syria into other actual existing countries that have their own governments and shit. No, 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 no. It's completely no borders, or you can fuck right off. Uh, but yeah, the Taliban had actually declined the government's offer to join in a coalition, and they marched on Kabul in '95. And then the Taliban controlled 90% of Afghanistan by 2000 war after fucking horrible shit done in the war, including the accounts of the taking of Mazar-e-Sharif in 1998. Apparently, Clinton. See, I somehow don't actually trust you. Because I hear this whole, oh no, I don't want an ethno state. I just want this country to be, to have its rightful borders and area, and to have it like secured. I just want that. And then you look deeper into their shit after they, or something gets exposed later where they're literally talking about like getting people on board to get them the area they want and then genociding the native populations of those areas. So, but apparently Bill Clinton didn't want to touch Afghanistan until 1998 when they did bombings on the U.S. Embassy. And then the UN Security Council Resolution 1267 demanded that the Taliban surrender bin Laden because they thought he was responsible for the bombings. And they also demanded closing all terrorist bases in Afghanistan, which didn't happen. Bush takes office in 2001. 9/11 attacks happen, funded by Saudi Arabia. Afghanistan refuses to extradite bin Laden to the U.S. U.S. invades. By historic, do you mean within the past 100 years, Camel? And is what something we should do? Yeah, I want the U.S. to have no border. I don't want borders. I don't want states. This is why I have a problem with fucking nationalism. I'm an anarchist. So, flooded by what? One of the wealthiest and most powerful countries on the face of the fucking planet getting flooded by what? We have so much fucking space here. If we utilize it efficiently and smartly, and we actually address climate change, then we can fucking do whatever. What do you mean flooded? If we actually didn't, you know, keep interfering in the global south, that'd be a huge boon to them. No? What's extreme is trying to wall yourself off, to expand your borders to a point where you feel you have a historic claim to, and then walling yourself off. Yes, I'm far left, dumbass. Drink that Coke. Go for it. What? Go for it. It's not mine. I don't care. Chris's. Yeah, there you go. How the fuck did you not gather that I'm far left? I've mentioned that I'm an anarchist before. Jeez. Okay, so now we lead up to where we're at. But do you know the history of the U.S.? Do you know the demographic makeup of the U.S.? On a chart. No, I don't care about that. I just want the chart. Anarchism's been around since like the 1800s. So anarchism, put very, very simply, there's a lot that goes into it, is a person who wants to abolish all unjust coercive hierarchies. They think that the state is the most unjust and coercive hierarchy with its monopoly on violence. They believe that money is a way to coerce people, and so it needs to be abolished. Anarchists are socialists. It's a branch off of socialism. And yeah, they want direct democracy and worker owns the means of production. They like worker co ops. You can have different forms. Wanting strong borders is one of the things that fascists are really keen on. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Appealing to senses of nationalism, wanting strong borders, identifying strongly with your identity to the nation. Like, signs of fascism there. So, yeah. Plus, a lot of what you said on Twitter immediately came across with major fucking red flags, huge warning labels. Just wah, 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 wah. Sirens going off. No, it's actually very realistic. Have you heard of a little project called Rojava? There, Camel? I'm sure you have. Rojava is doing extraordinarily well for its current conditions, considering the fucking brutal dictator Assad who's been trying to crack down on everything. The fascist leader of the government, Bashar al Assad. And Rojava's still around, still doing okay, comparatively, you know, for what's going on there. And they're pretty much an anarchist project. So it's pretty weird how you would say that it's totally unrealistic when it's right there. I mean, buddy, you're a Syrian nationalist and you think anarchism is unrealistic when Rojava, the autonomous administration of North and East Syria, is right fucking there. You want to crush an anarchist project because you're a fascist. So, they want their own region because they want to escape the oppressive, brutal dictatorship that is Bashar al Assad. They're not basing it off of their identity. Like naming a place after your ethnicity is pretty much a thing as old as time. British people are British. Scotsmen or Scottish people are from Scotland. Irish are from Ireland. Chinese people are from China. Like you do you understand how this works? They're a marginalized, oppressed minority under the government you fucking support. Like Jesus, come on, Camel. Can social democracy exist without imperialism? I don't think so. And this is how I know your political the levels of your political engagement are tinted and shallow. Here, Camel. I appreciate you tuning in. I mean, I do, because maybe you can learn. I learn every time I do this shit. And like I said, I took fucking Cliff Note shit on Afghanistan from the Afghanistan Civil War in 1970s up to, well, when the U.S. invaded in 2001. There's a lot that led into it. There's a lot of details that I didn't put into the notes because I wanted to get the general flow of things and not go into like individual battles that happened and what turned tides and blah 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 blah, because this is not meant to be a super in-depth thing. It's mostly meant to get up to today. So we've fucked the region over hard. We have never been able to actually get rid of the Taliban. They use our presence there, the US's presence there, as a tool for propaganda recruitment. I mean, we are there. We did fuck up the country, and they're able to use that to recruit. Now I need to go to that profile because I quote tweeted the thing that I thought was funny. So, Biden said that he was pulling out of Afghanistan and he was going to pull out in by September 11th this year. From what I've been able to gather, bro, you already kind of do. But you know what's great? You can manage to avoid living in the Islamic State. Yeah, I saw what happened in Afghanistan because we didn't do anything smart. Here's the deal: you already have a population that is being fucked. Okay, support Rojava. Rojava is very much also responsible for fighting ISIS. The Kurds, Rojava, that whole thing, like that is a huge reason that ISIS has been fought back so much. If they're supported, Assad could fucking go. You have an alternative means of defense. You do not need Assad. Afghanistan didn't have an alternative means of defense, which sucks. And yeah, I'm actually getting to what happened in Afghanistan right now. So Biden decided he was going to pull out. Pretty much immediately after pullout, uh, okay, but that doesn't excuse being a Syrian nationalist. Even a social nationalist. I don't make the no social nationalism like no like what the fuck is no, it's a meme, literally a meme. I, there's not really any anarchists who support nationalism, so I cannot in good consciousness see it as if you're supporting Assad especially. I can't see it as a left wing movement. Yeah, okay. You claim they claim to be a nationalist party who seeks national liberation. Is the national liberation you're but the national liberation you claim to be looking for is to annex the Levant, which is a pretty big fucking region. Israel, Palestine, Jordan, Syria, Iraq. Yeah, you want to take a whole bunch of fucking land that isn't yours. Arabic, Aramaic, Armenian, Circassian, Damari, Greek, Hebrew, Kurdish, Turkish. So, yeah, no. How about no? Yes. Rojava saved the country. Yeah. Yeah. Syrian Democratic Forces, which is Rojava. Oh, look at that. Who's fighting against them? The Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. Wow. Wow, Kurdish capital of Ras Al Ain. Kurdish advances, October Kurdish offensive, November Kurdish offensive, December Kurdish offensive, Islamist offensive and Kurdish counteroffensive, fighting at Tel Abyad, and I don't know how to pronounce that word. I'm sorry. I'm not even gonna. May kidnappings, July Kobani offensive, September Kobani offensive, merger with Iraqi campaign, Iraqi Kurdish. Yeah, look at this. Rojava has been fighting against ISIL forever. Like, seriously. This is why you probably will be getting called fascist. You support Assad, who's a brutal dictator. You stand against Rojava, which is essentially a left, like it's a super leftist project that's trying to like fight off ISIL. Come on, supporting Assad, being a nationalist that doesn't actually support like liberation movements because you stand against them and you stand with the fucking brutal government. So yeah, Rojava is saving the fucking country. If you know all of that, why would you? Rojava could protect the country, especially if they have good allied backing. It's a thing, okay? Just keep that in mind. Rojava has been doing wonderful shit in that regard. So, let's come over here. We got Vosh, who says, I'm sure there has to be some way to support America's withdrawal from Afghanistan without being needlessly cruel about the suffering of the Afghan people. Oh well, I hope we discover it someday. Which I like, because it's kind of snarky. We need to be able to help the people of Afghanistan while pulling our troops out. We have to. Which Jake said I must have been really high because I missed this. Who the fuck is celebrating the bad part of this? There's people who were making fun of people who were upset about the bad parts. No, America has been building American military bases. America does that shit. That's what America does. Rojava has done more against ISIL than any other fucking faction. I know it started in Iraq, but didn't it resurge heavily in Syria? Isn't that where its big like surge was? That's pretty sure that's not really port city. Damascus and Homs. That is not where that is. Oh, you mean in the area that ISIS or that? No, because you're a fucking nationalist and you claim to be a social nationalist, but you're really not. So I just want to point out, northern and eastern Syria are where Rojava are. This is neither northern nor eastern Syria. Damascus? It will not take me to. there. Fairly on northern. Right at the northern area. Like right at the border of it. That's not where they are. It's not where Rojava is. They're up over here. Northern and eastern. Not fucking southwest. Like, yeah. Why would you even bring that up as a point? That was a terrible point. See, I'm not against Mexican people coming over here. What I am opposed to is the selling of oil. Just because it's a fossil fuel and I fucking hate the damage that it does to the planet. So that aspect I would have a problem with, yeah. The selling oil part. Mexican people coming over here? No. Neighbors to my left, Mexican people. Neighbors across the street, next to them, pretty much this entire block, except for like 3 houses. They ain't white. I don't have a problem with non-white people coming here. I don't. Hell, Texas is mostly like Hispanic or of some form, anyways. Hispanic, Latin, uh, Boricua. Whole bunch of non-white people living in fucking Texas at this point. Wait, why did I do that? Anyways, Vosh up here, yeah. And he said that. Mike came in. Mike from PA, dumb fuck that he is. It's an anarchist project. They want to be free from Assad. They are a minority that is targeted, that is oppressed, and they want away from that oppression. That's fucking fine. What, if you get big Syria, is Assad gonna just rule over big Syria? Is that what it is? Because fuck no. Hell the fuck no. You know, I know people who live in that area who really fucking hate Assad. They dislike the social nationalists because they act indistinguishable from fascists. The Syrian social nationalists, yeah, no, they're just fascists. Anyways, Mike says literally no one. No one is happy that the Taliban is winning, but the idea that we can prevent it is no longer viable. A lot of people have a hard time accepting that their American nationalism is being triggered by seeing another unambiguous military defeat. No, Mike. A, this is really fucking stupid. And B, um, there are ways that we could have prevented the Taliban from coming in without our troops being there. We spent so much time over there not doing anything. No, it was a terrible point. Like, it was a really dumb point. They only control a small amount of area because they don't have the fucking backing and the military and the chemical weapons that Assad has. If they had the ability to defend themselves a little bit better without being fucking oppressed by Assad, hell, if Assad left them alone, we defeated ISIL, and they had the ability to grow, I guarantee you they would outstrip Assad in their leadership and the economy and literally every aspect. So, I hate to say it, buddy. Actually, I don't. I'm perfectly fine saying it, but Bashar al-Assad is a shit leader. Arab nationalist, pan-Arabism, Arab socialist, and anti-imperialist interests. Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't want Israel to have nuclear weapons either. Nobody even brought up fucking nuclear weapons. What are you talking about? I don't think anyone should have any fucking nuclear weapons, including America. Luca here is a disabled uh, Italian guy. He only has one eye. Syria shouldn't be allowed to have them. The United States shouldn't be allowed to have them. Israel shouldn't be allowed to have them. No country should be allowed to have fucking nuclear weapons. Straight up. But yeah, Luca just says that turning your back on the problem isn't going to make it any smaller. Mike says, "How many tours did you serve?" Mike, this is a terrible point. What are you doing? What kind of argument is this? Thank you, Luca. Chickenhawk's calling for other people to fight in another 20 years in Afghanistan should get called out, which is not what he's saying at all. If you won't put your own ass on the line, then shut the fuck up. You posturing little shithead. Listen up. We created smaller and professional armies with the intent of having professionals doing such things. If you expect civilians like me or civilians like Afghani people who can't defend themselves to go against terrorists, you're a psychopath. Which is true. Holy shit, you want poor people with no other choice who join the military for educational benefits to fight wars of choice for upper class people like you. Wow. Which is literally not what he's saying at all, and that is hey, what do you know? That is a purposeful misinterpretation from Mike, because Mike is a fucking idiot and doesn't know anything about what he's talking about ever. I'm upper class. I'm literally in the lowest class in Italy, you dimwit. I would have joined the army years ago if I didn't fucking miss one eye. You're advocating for the systematic killing of thousands of people in countries without human rights. You do realize that, right? Which Mike comes out with the fucking racism. LMAO, go yell at the Italian PM to get your army in there with the fucking Italian hands. But you support Assad. You can't tell me that you. No. See, I do not trust you because you support Assad. You say that Assad can't go right now. I've shown you a different fucking option. I've told you a different option. And I've told you, because you're like, oh, they don't have the manpower. If they were able to get more support, and say you, as somebody who claims to be a social nationalist, somebody who supports liberation movements, you should support them. It will be a better Syria. Like, straight up. Dude, you can't tell me you that Assad can't go, and when you get presented with a different option, still shit on that option. Yet they need more support. That's the point. That's why I'm telling you to support them. I can understand fear. I do. I understand not wanting to fall under the rule of ISIS, like straight up. But I don't think that's going to happen. Like, really, I don't. Who knows? Maybe I can convince you of some of my values. I do hope to see you in here more. I really do. Yeah, I'm not saying that the U.S. needs to go in and overthrow Assad. I'm saying that Assad should be removed from power by the people of Syria, the people that live in the area, the Rojava project, the people who live under the control of the Ba'athi party and shit. They need to. Yes, Christians got butchered in Mosul. I know. I know. I'm not saying for the U.S. to overthrow uh, Assad, and I'm not saying for you all to just force him out all of a sudden without any plan for self defense or anything. I'm pointing to options. If you were guaranteed, like if Rojava was guaranteed that Assad could be overthrown and that they could have their project, I guarantee you they would help you defend yourself from ISIS. That's called mutual aid in a sense. You're helping each other in ways, building a strong alliance between each other. You can get somebody else in power to help you defend against ISIS. But Assad isn't the one to do it, is the problem. And yes, there is definitely a climate of fear of trying to remove Assad. I get it. Again, I don't want intervention from the US or any other country in that region. I want the people who live there to be able to replace Assad, to remove a dictator. I want Orban removed as well by the people who live in that country. I want Erdogan removed by the people who live in that country. Like I do. These are not good leaders. We don't. I say not good leaders. I mean they're objectively bad leaders. We also here in the United States have some bad leaders. I'm going to come out and acknowledge that immediately. Needs to be done. That's the wrong one. What? Okay. We're gonna get this game started up, and I'm going to be taking a break here in a minute. But honestly, there's things that could be done by the people who live there. You can improve your own lives. Owning the means of production is a great thing for yourself. If the workers own it, you collectively own it, you work together. Just seriously, if you actually look into the theories of communism, socialism, anarchism, anarcho syndicalism, which is more what I identify as, you will have a good framework to go by to make life in the area better. The reason I say Rojava needs critical support, I'm going to have to clarify here because I think you and I are using different forms of strong unified Syria. If by strong unified Syria you mean Syria as it is, like the borders that it currently has, being strong and unified under, for example, not a Rajavan leadership or whatever, then I think they'd support that. Would they support Syria trying to take over the entire region of the Levant to make big Syria with strong nationalist, pretty much fascist kind of pushes? No. No, I don't think they'd support that. I guarantee there's a way that that can be worked with. Like, I promise you. Work can be done on that. I'm sure there's ways to get Rojava to work with Syria. Like, you don't have to worry about that. I mean, you do eventually, but not in a immediate kind of sense. Cannot wait for this fucking season to end. 8 days. So, I'm actually pretty fucking hungry. Imperialists. By imperialists, you mean the treaty that the Ottoman Empire signed that that dissolved the entire empire and split the places into the different countries. So I know about the Ottoman Empire, and I know about the fall of the Ottoman Empire, and I know about how it was split up. Nah, no, that's their territory now. Your borders are just gonna get smaller. Rojava can exist. You can go fuck yourself. Syrian nationalist. I'm a social nationalist. I'm a left wing person. No, you're not. You're a fucking fascist. Yeah, yeah. The Ottoman Empire got defeated, and they split up the borders under a treaty. What happened afterwards became imperialism. Yes. Yep, their territory. You can go fuck yourself on that. Because you want to do the same thing. You just want to move in and take over territory and claim that it's all Syria now. No, they took that territory. It's fucking theirs. Fuck you. You don't have claim over it anymore. They live there. They use the land. They operate it. It's theirs. You can mold about it all you want. I don't give a fuck. You don't hold a consistent standard for anything. I don't recognize this distinction of what you're talking about here. The area is for the people who live there. They live there. It's theirs. Sucks to be you, I guess. So, yeah, I'm just using your logic against you here. You can be mad about it all you want, but you have to take that up with yourself. Alright. Yeah. Do you not like that, Camel? When people use your logic against you? They took that region. You want to do the same thing to fucking Lebanon, Jordan, Palestine, Iraq? You just want to take it. You just want to go in and just take over it. You're doing the same thing that. Oh, by the way, buddy. By the way, what you're doing there is very similar to the Zionists you claim to dislike so much. Because their argument is they have a historic tie to Israel. It's their ancestral home. You say that you just want to make big Syria because you have a historic tie to the land. See, you say that, but there's such a climate of fear that even you are engaging in. Talking about how you don't want to fall to ISIS. That's your big deal. You're like really scared of falling to ISIS, and you seem to think that Assad is the only way to stop. No, Rojava's been there. You can ally with Rojava. You can get other people in power besides the Ba'athi Party. But yeah, now here's a really funny thing here, Camel. You talk about imperialists dividing Palestine, Jordan, Iraq, and Lebanon and sharing it. The Ottoman Empire fell, which is what caused that. It was a treaty they signed. But also the British Empire fell, and the Russian Empire started to form. Like other empires started to form. It was the fall of an empire, and the constituent states of that empire formed. You're talking about going and reclaiming the constituent states of your previous empire, which is some really big bullshit, by the way. I don't support that. I don't support empires. That's why I don't support America. I support America doing good things with what we've got, if we can, but that often doesn't happen. So, we're kind of at an impasse there. America being absolute shit tier. If, as you say, the SSNP has been organizing in the last few years and Assad won't be there forever, I would like to kind of see the position of any candidates you put forward. If it's make big Syria, then no, I don't support that shit. I don't. That's some real fucking fashy type shit. That's imperialism. You're decrying imperialists for dividing up the Ottoman Empire, which was itself an imperialist institution. and then you turn around and want to do imperialism by taking over countries that I guarantee probably don't want to be part of what you're talking about. They have their own national sovereignty. They don't want to do your shit. You're gonna do go to them and be like, hey, you remember how we used to be like the Ottoman Empire? Do you like? We're gonna do that again. And be like, no, no, we have our own fucking rule and shit here now. We have more autonomy than we did under the Ottoman Empire. We don't want to be big Syria. Anyways, I am gonna take a break. I will be right back.
情なし。
彼女はこう言った。新しい循環が始まるにはこの循環が終わらないといけないって。
濡れているので気をつけてください。
少し待ってくれ。
近辺の清潔と秩序を守るのにご協力ください。近辺の清潔と秩序を守るのにご協力ください。ここは戦闘エリアではありません。立ち去ってください。
休憩しても誰も何も言わないよね。ああ。
よし。
ポイ捨ては禁止です。ガーディアン、失礼します。きれいな床は幸せな床です。幸せな床はきれいな床です。ここは戦闘エリアではありません。立ち去ってください。
すごい。とにかくすごい。
しなければならないタスクがあります。言ってください。サービスログ更新。通常タスクを進行中です。
Alright, I'm back. I've actually got some gaming stuff. Hold on. Hey, Benny, how you doing? You talk about sovereignty for the Rojava. It's fair game. No, I didn't. Camel, do you not think Kurds should have their own land? Kurds can live in Syria but not have their own land. No, they have no claim over it. You can just carry arms and claim land for yourself. That is, buddy, that's that's what you want to do. You want to take over the area of Jordan. Like what?
この循環が終わらないといけないって。
ガーディアン、失礼します。
すべてはヴァンガードにかかってる。
これでいいはずだ。
メンテナンス中です。
Oh shit. How's it going, Benny? And no, Camel, I didn't get some historic facts wrong. See, there's this thing over here. I have another monitor. It has Google on it. So, I'm able to look stuff up. No, Camel. The reason I say what I did about they have the claim over it, because you want to do literally exactly that to Jordan and shit. And you're using the same arguments that the Zionists use about having a historic claim over it. Y- yeah. Yeah, they lived there at the same time, Camel.
Control. Area を奪って手に入れろ、ガーディアン。
Yeah, Camel's blinded by nationalism.
エリア C を奪取。
So,
エリア A を制圧された。エリア B を制圧された。エリア C を失った。パワープレイだ。エリアを取り返せ。
but
エリア B を奪取。
no, while there are a lot of Kurds
エリア A
in
を制
Rojava,
圧。エリアを2つ制
there's
圧した
also a。lot of Assyrians and other ethnicities in Rojava. They're actually trying to move away from the name Rojava to
エリア C を
de-emphasize
制
the
圧。
ethnic
パワープレイだ。
element
そのま
of
ま
the
圧力
original
をかけろ。
naming, and are instead
エリア
trying
B
to
を失った。リードを奪った。
now, they're trying to promote cooperation among many ethnic identities.
エリア A を失った。パワープレイだ。敵に全エリアを制圧されたぞ。エリア B を奪取。エリア C を奪取。エリアアドバンテージだ。
guess what? There are Syriac and Assyrians in Rojava. And they support Rojava. They have a claim to that land. Fuck yourself.
エリア C を失った。エリア B を失った。パワープレイだ。エリアを取り返せ。エリア C をダッシュ。
I need food. Wow, what the fuck was that? No, Camel. No, it won't.
エリア
Not if
C
you
を
do
失
things
った。敵
in a
が
smart
パワー
manner.
プレイを達成した。
The only reason ISIS was formed is because the president of Iraq decided to ban. I honestly, at this point, I'm playing the game, so I can't look it up. I don't remember which group is which, but he banned the opposite faction from the government. You can't do anything about that. We tried to stop it, at least Biden supposedly did. Obama pulled troops out, took away his leverage. From what I've seen, Biden was trying to actually prevent ISIS from forming.
エリア A を失った。パワープレイだ。エリアを取り返せ。
It is true they kept a certain amount of control. I did not support, and I do not support going in to
エリア
overthrow
C をダッシュ。
Assad
エリアを2つ制圧した。
as it stands. At least I don't support the U.S. doing any interventionist act. I do support the people who live there taking matters into their own hands and trying to keep their country safe from ISIS, but also free from a dictator like Assad.
エリア A をダッシュ。パワープレイだ。その
Assad
まま圧
rejected
力
the
をかけろ。
perks, Benny. There's no way that that's going to happen with Assad at the helm. No, I've looked into this pretty extensively. I mean, there were some troops that were trained by the U.S. that ended up leaving and working with ISIS. But that's because the mission failed. It's not like all of ISIS is that. Yes, they use the Mujahideen. It doesn't mean it's the exact same story. They don't always use the same playbook, you know? There are changes and there's different conditions that lead to different things, okay? Now, was ISIS used as an excuse to do things there? Yes. Were they formed exclusively by U.S. training and set on that mission? Fuck no. That's some real heavy conspiracy thinking.
エリア B をダッシュ。エリアアドバンテージだ。エリア C を失った。
Wow. I think Mr. Piff is hacks.
エリア A をダッシュ。エリアアドバンテージだ。
This guy head barely pokes. And there he is. Jesus Christ, yeah.
もう少しだ。戦い。勝利。
What?
残り
Out
3
of
分
nowhere,
だ。
dude shows up.
リードしてるぞ。 そのまま行け。エリア A を失った。
The lack of actual analysis here of y'all is kind of disturbing me, to be completely honest.
これ以上の勝利はない。
Like, how do you only think of it in that one term? Oh, they did this before, they're doing the exact same thing again and again.
エ
No,
リアを
it's,
制圧し、ターゲットを排除した。
there are some similarities,
Yogi-yatta.
but it's not the exact same thing. For example, hold on. Okay. So, where is it? Where is it? The box did a really big breakdown of everything. Na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na.
コントロール。
But yeah, there's a whole
エ
deal
リア
where
を
he went
奪
to
え
try
ガ
and
ーディア
talk
ン。
to
勝利するために。 エリア A を制圧された。
Yeah, I don't support that narrative. I don't support the USSR, but I don't support the narrative that he was some huge hero. Like, that's not the way I see it. The USSR was pretty bad, but Bin Laden also not really a hero, you know? There's good and bad with both.
敵がパワープレイを達成した。
Yeah, Vosh is my favorite political YouTuber. No, really not. But then again, you're not a fucking leftist, so you don't understand anything that he's saying. Not from a leftist perspective, anyways. Yeah, see, here's the deal. A lot of people complain that Vox calls people fascist or anti-Semitic, and then they come around within 6 months, and they're saying some really fascist shit, and they're also being really anti-Semitic. So, through experience, having watched his content, I'm going to have to say, yeah, if he calls somebody fascist and anti-Semitic, there's somebody to watch. There's somebody to look out for. You need to pay attention to this kind of shit. Wow, just... What the fuck was that movement? No, he's really not. Like, bro, I don't think you understand. He is A, analyzing this shit from a materialist lens, so he's looking at the actual history of the country before he does this stuff. And then he talks with foreign policy experts, like people who are progressive foreign policy people, like Dylan Burns, who knows what the fuck's going on. And derives his takes from information. You can't really tell me that he doesn't know what he's talking about just because you live there. You have to look at data, evidence. So as much as it may make you feel good to think that he's wrong on all this stuff, but he's not. Like, it may make you feel good. This dude is just on point with all of his shots, always. Dude, this guy is so fucking glitchy. You decided to retract your message? Wonder why. Let's fucking go. I need to cap this right now. No. Yeah, you can delete stuff. Look, I don't mean to be antagonistic to you. I do get a little heated with fascistic talking points for what I feel is some pretty good reason. Oh god. But no, I actually have way more viewers here on YouTube than I do on Twitch. I do stream on Twitch. I have a Twitch channel. I have 7 followers, maybe 11 at this point, and I have 52 subs here on YouTube. I get more people here on YouTube. Plus, I can say more things on YouTube. If I want to call somebody a stupid Huckleberry simp, then I can do that on here, and I can't do that on Twitch. They frown very highly upon it.
あと3分だ。敵が勝利してしまうぞ。エリア A を失った。敵がパワープレイを達成した。
But yeah, there's absolutely more viewership here for me. More people tune into this channel. Sometimes I do dual stream, and if I do a dual stream, this channel always gets way more.
負けた。もう一度戦え。粘り強さが鍵だ。今回は仕方ない。エリアの制圧が勝利をつかむ唯一の方法だ。
Gotta do some looking up on the other monitor. Yeah, apparently the Prime Minister of Iraq tried to ban Salafism, Salafi, Jihadism, Sunni Islam. Okay, so it's Sunni and Wahhabism. Okay, so the Sunnis were banned from Iraqi governance by the Shiite Prime Minister President guy, and that was supposed to be stopped. Now, it also didn't help that he was calling for the prosecution and execution of U.S. soldiers, and that none would be pardoned or allowed to have any freedom or whatever. So, you know, that's a problem. I kind of see where they're coming from, but at the same time, like, that's hardcore.
Area B をダッシュ。エリアを2つ制圧した。エリア C をダッシュ。パワープレイだ。そのまま守り抜け。エリア C を失った。
No, after Saddam, Camel. After Saddam. This is after the overthrow of Saddam Hussein and before the U.S. Fully pulled out of Iraq under Obama. I'm trying to be very particular here with that. It was, yes, after Saddam. ISIS is
エリアを
soon.
2つ制圧した。エリア A を失った。
Get ruined. Come on, put your face there. Come on. What? That was a face.
Area B をダッシュ。エリアを2つ制圧した。
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because
エリア B を失った。敵がエリア
from
を
what I was
2つ
reading,
制圧
Biden
した
does
ぞ。
have a very
エリア
checkered
アドバンテージ
history
だ。
in Iraq, but it's not like uh,
敵を黙らせたぞ。
it's not like he did all bad. It's not like he did good because he did support the war in Iraq, but he apparently, from what I've been able to find,
エ
sources
リア C を失った。
are him going over there to try and make sure
Area B を
that
ダッシ
the
ュ。
religious
エリアを
freedoms,
2つ
being
制
able
圧した。
to be in any religion, any faction of a religion, was upheld, and well, negotiations there failed. Yo, that's glitching right there. So there are positives and negatives to Joe Biden.
敵がエリアを2つ制圧したぞ。
Negatives completely.
エリア C をダッシュ。エリアを2つ制圧した。 エリア A を制圧。パワープレイだ。そのまま圧力をかけろ。
Come on, poke your heads. Come get some. Poke your heads out. Poke your bodies out. Come
Area
get,
B を
get,
失
get,
った。
get some. Poke your head out. Poke your bodies out. Get, 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 get some. Poke your heads out. Poke your bodies out.
エ
Get,
リア
get,
C
get,
を失っ
get
た。
some.
敵がエ
Poke
リア
your
を
heads
2つ制
out.
圧したぞ。
Poke your bodies out. Whoa. Oh, okay. I see what's
残り
going
あ
on
と
there.
5分だ。
That was
好調
a
なスタート
acid
だ。
wake
そのまま行き。
grenade.
エリア A を失った。パワープレイだ。エリアを取り返せ。
No.
エリア A を制圧。 共に戦うファイヤーチームは永遠の友となる。
Let's fucking get rockets.
よし、真の戦いがどんなものか敵に知らしめてやれ。エリア C を制圧。エリアアドバンテージを達成した。
Wow, that did not. Alexis, Texas. They seriously just get killed by a porn star. That's amazing.
Area B をダッシュ。パワープレイだ。そのまま守り抜け。
No, I missed too many fucking shots. Oh, I said that Saddam. This was after the fall of Saddam. This was the person who took power
エ
after
リア B
Saddam,
を失った。敵がエリアを2つ制圧したぞ。
banning the Sunnis.
残り3分だ。そのまま逃げ切ればお前の勝利だ。
That's what I was talking about. not that Saddam banned Sunnis. It was the person who replaced Saddam after we ousted his ass. And a
エリア B を
completely
奪取。エリア
illegal
を2
act,
つ制圧した。
honestly.
終わらせろ。
Thank you, Troll. You know, I honestly do appreciate you tuning back in when your internet died instead of just
パワー
dipping
プレ
out.
イだ。そのまま
I
圧
do
力をかけ
appreciate
ろ。
that. No, I know what Wahhabism is bad. I'm saying that ISIS formed because they were forced out of the government
その
and
鉄
didn't
の意
have.
志で暗黒をも圧倒してやれ。
I'm glad you agree that it's bad. To be entirely honest, I know a little bit of Islam. I don't know a whole lot about it. I have read into some of the different philosophies and stuff like that, but overall, and I kind of remember that the Sunni and the Shias are different factions because one of them believes that the true uh, prophets and whatnot should be the descendants of Muhammad, and the other ones thought it should be the disciples, and so they split along those lines, and it's honestly very silly to me. But I don't know a whole lot of the nuances of Islam. Like, I don't know anything about like, I know very little about the differences between Sunni and Shiite. I don't know anything about Salafism, Salafi jihadism, Wahhabism, really. I mean, you can look at it here. It's an Islamic revivalist movement and doctrine. Orthodox puritanical Islam. Okay, yeah. Yo, what up, Nick? Just doing some streaming. The camel person in chat is a Syrian social nationalist. Try not to go too hard on him. Like, they don't seem like a really bad person overall. They're just, in my opinion, misguided. I do not know pronouns or anything, so we're just gonna have to work off of that. Fucking hand cannon. Oh, I get an auto rifle though. And an ignition code. Hooray! Get this thing out of my inventory. Get this thing out of my inventory. Get this thing out of my inventory. This thing and that thing. Oh, okay. Shia believed to be the descendants of Muhammad, and the Sunnis believe that it's the prophets, the disciples that should have been. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you for that one. I'm actually like I said, I'm not super well versed in the differences and whatnot. Pronouns, uh, whether or not you're he, she, they, it, non-binary, ze, what do you use to reference yourself that's not your name? And I. Do you like he, she, he, him, she, her, they, them, pronoun? Here, let me type it because I know I have a bad habit of like. Jesus Christ, chat. Yeah, they actually have a problem with anarchists because they're a nationalist. But you know what? We can we can we can work on different things because this is mostly about their big deal is they want to have Syria essentially take over Jordan, Lebanon, Palestine, and recreate big Syria from before the Ottoman Empire was carved up at the end of World War II, which obviously I disagree with. He also wants strong borders for it. Uh, so not an open borders kind of person. So we're there, but there's information that Camel actually does possess that I do not. Mostly about like the religious aspect of stuff, but most of the like historical information and stuff, I literally can just. There's this great thing called Wikipedia. There's this great thing called being able to fact check everything, and there's sources. There's like cited sources in here. You can look at them. Earlier, Nick, I was going over the different rhetorical tricks and stuff that people use, and it was a lot shorter than what the timestamps were set for, but they're super fucking ridiculous. I kind of pulled up some examples. Ugh. Why is my chat acting like this? Oh yeah, Mike from PA. Did you did you see that, Nick? He him, I guess. Okay, so he him, Camel, dude. Camel, I do hope you tune in more. I don't. I don't really have an issue with people who have differing political views tuning in. Right, but that's why I check the sources in Wikipedia and fact check it against other sources. Wikipedia is not the only thing I do. I use Wikipedia like for ideology of ISIL. This is a pretty good one. You can use it for the big stories, like if you have anything about the Holocaust or the Holodomor or things about the Ottoman Empire, things that are like historic facts. Here's the great thing about Wikipedia. All of these citations. You can check them all. You can. Web archive, and you can't understand ISIS if you don't know the history of Wahhabism in Saudi Arabia. The ISIS management of savagery in Iraq. Like you can check all of these. Obama is wrong that ISIS is not Islamic. See, I dislike this. But Mike from PA. Unbelievable dumb fuck that he is. Decided to pull out a solid racism, Nick. No. Camel, we can share the same fundamental values. Do you value human life? Do you think people are born to live free and happy without coercion, without force being enacted upon them? Because I think that for you, I do think that you should not be subjected to coercive, forceful hierarchies that are unjust that you do not consent yourself to. I don't. I think you deserve to have a life that's free from the pressures of scarcity, that your needs should be met, that you should be able, the base needs that you not your wants, but your actual needs, they should be met, and that you, as a human, should be able to do pretty much anything you want so long as it doesn't harm another human. I want you to be free, for you to have a dignified life, not under the thumb of a dictator, not under the thumb of a state, but for you to be able to freely move around and do what you want to do, so long as you aren't hurting other people. You may have religious values that lead you to these conclusions. I do not. You may have some other values that I don't possess. But for the most part, I think the fundamental core is fairly similar. I think we could see eye to eye on some of these things, Camel. So yeah, Nick, fucking Mike from PA, Bosch came out here with saying that it's yeah, it's definitely a step up from liquid racism. He came out and said that we should be able to find a way to support America's withdrawal from Afghanistan without being needlessly cruel to the suffering of the Afghani people, which is true. And Jake came in and is like, who the fuck is celebrating the bad part? And Mike is like, no one is happy the Taliban is winning, but American nationalism being triggered, blah, 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 blah. Luca comes out. Bruh, just turning your back on problems isn't going to make them any smaller, which is true. To which Mike says, bruh, how many tours did you serve? Like, what the fuck does that even have to do? So Luca says, what kind of argument is this? Chicken hawks calling for other people to... Islam is not a race. I didn't say Islam is a race. I said group. Sect. Faction. Not race. I know some white people who are Islamic. I know some black people who are Islamic. I know it's an ideology and that it's a religion. I'm not equating it to a race, buddy. I was reading sources that, yeah. Don't worry about it. I know Islam's not a race, Camel. Yeah, he says Mike says chicken hawks calling for other people to fight another 20 years in Afghanistan should get called out. If you won't put your own ass on the line, then shut the fuck up. Which is, nobody's calling for anybody to fight for 20 more years in Afghanistan. Like, what the fuck? So Lucas says, listen up, we've created smaller and professional armies with the intent of having professionals doing such things. If you expect civilians like me or civilians like Afghani people who can't defend themselves to go against terrorists, you're a psychopath. Which Mike reads the most uncharitable thing he can in it, because this is how Mike deals in everything. Complete uncharitability and being a fucking ridiculous moron. Holy shit, you want poor people with no other choice who join the military for educational benefits to fight wars of choice for upper class people like you. Wow. No, it's not at all what was said. As a matter of fact, what's said here is, hey, we actually have like these private military contractors who do these things so that civilians don't have to. And Lucas says, so he says that, and then Lucas says, I'm upper class. I'm literally in the lowest class in Italy, you dimwit. I would have joined the army years ago if I didn't fucking miss one eye. Because Luca is missing an eye. You are advocating for the systematic killing of thousands of people in countries without human rights. You do realize that, right? To which Mike comes out here with this bit. Right here. LMAO, go yell at the Italian PM to get your army in there. Italian fingers. The Italian hands. Unironic racism against Italians. Oh, Camel, were you confused by that? Because I was saying Mike was coming out with unironic racism or with solid racism. I was talking about Italians, which is an ethnicity. But yeah. That's what I was referencing, not Islam. So that is Mike, being Mike, doing what Mike does. Being a complete fucking dimwit. Well, it's definitely not something that somebody who says that they're a leftist should believe. Just like somebody who says that they're a part of a left-wing movement shouldn't be supporting Bashar al-Assad, and also shouldn't be yelling about the Rojava project, quote unquote, taking our land. That's not what a left-wing movement does, you know. It's not their MO. It's not the way that they do things. That's a right-wing thing, yelling about our land, not in my backyard, blah 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 blah. Yeah, that's a right-wing thing there, Camel. Just so you know, keep those in mind. No, by sensitive you mean we're willing to call out people who say some stupid shit that is meant to be offensive to a group of people. Yeah. Yeah, but see, since I'm not a racist, I'm not gonna come out here and put an example up towards you to see how you feel about it. But the example I will use is, you don't deserve the area that Rojava's in. They took it. Using your logic, they took it. It's theirs. You want to go take over Jordan and Lebanon and Palestine because of a historic tie to the land. It was ours. No, it's theirs. They want it. They took it. It's theirs. That's your logic. You want to go and take fucking other areas. Well, you lost that one. You don't control it. Not yours. Iraq also lost part of their territory for this, for Rojava. So, you know, it's consistent. I don't care if Iraq has their land or not, too, on that. No, that one's really not even funny. Like, it's not funny in any sense. At least not to me. I don't find that funny. And it's not that I even find it offensive. I'm not fucking Italian. I don't really care about... well, rather, I shouldn't say I don't care. My opinion on it, of if it's offensive, is less relevant. There absolutely is logic in what I'm saying. What the fuck? Listen to the words I'm saying here, Camel. Here, let me not distract you with the video game, okay? You want Big Syria, which would be Syria taking over Jordan and Lebanon and Palestine. This is what you have said to make Big Syria. So using your logic, because it's okay, you know, you can do this because you're just going to take those areas and what? Because you historically had to tie to it or whatever? Well, they don't want you to. They have their own governance. They have their own form of autonomy. They don't want Syria to take over them. So, using your logic, it's okay to you can just go in and take that land and make it part of Syria. Well, the Kurds, they've got the ability to do that to Syria. They took that land. Fuck you. It's not yours. Not yours anymore. This is your logic. You just don't like it because it's not your group. I don't want to hear any, there's no logic in what you're saying. I'm using your fucking logic here, Camel. If you find it illogical, that's because you're illogical. This isn't my logic. My logic is they have the right to be able to identify with an area, to be able to pull themselves away. Doesn't fucking matter, Camel. It doesn't matter if it was all called Syria and got divided later. Guess what? Palestine has been around. The people in Palestine have been there longer than the Israelis have. It's getting divided and called Israel. You don't like that. You want to take it back over and make it Syria. Well, too fucking bad. You don't have the historic claim. It didn't happen within the past 5-10 years. It didn't happen Palestine, the whole occupation of Israel is against international law, and so that's why they should really not be doing what they're doing. Rojava's is not, because they are the marginalized group, being the people trying to carve out an area for themselves. Yeah, that is your logic, Camel. I am using your logic. You have a problem with it. That's literally the logical conclusion of what you have advocated for, Camel. You're laughing at your own train of, like, the own logical chain that you have constructed for why you get to take over fucking Syria, have Syria take over Lebanon, Jordan, and Palestine. Yeah, exactly. It was all Pangea, so fuck your borders. As a matter of fact, no. Here we go. We're actually gonna use that logic right there. It all used to be Big Syria, and before it was Big Syria, it was all Pangea, and people all had Pangea, all lived on Pangea. Everything lived on there, and there were no fucking borders. So let's go back to that, where there are no fucking borders here, Camel, since that's the historic way that the planet used to be. That was the original setting of the planet. That's the way things were before, long before Syria became Syria. Long before North America and everything split away, long before the different continents were separate, it was all one big fucking thing. So, yeah, there's no borders. Everybody lives together, everybody works together, no borders. That's the way that things were done long before we ever had a Syria, before we ever had a Sumer, long before we had an Egypt, long before we had a China, long before any country was anything, we had borderless world. Let's do that. If we're going with historical context and historical precedent over everything, the first historical precedent was yes, we're fucking anarchists. I'm an anarchist YouTuber, Camel. But you don't like what we're saying, but only because we're swapping around the nouns and using the same logic you're using. Yes, but do you see what I'm getting at here, Camel? Like, I don't want to be fucking scathing and shit to you, but your logic of it used to be this, and so we want to go back and take it and make it this again. Well, let's go with the further historical precedent, because the Earth used to be borderless, and everybody, well, the people that were near each other ended up working in cooperation with each other. This is how nations ended up starting to be formed anyways. So the historical precedent is open borders and no state. With gift economics. Less civilized brains, essentially. Like, we didn't have the ideas of, hey, maybe we shouldn't rape. That was pretty common way back then, but I don't want to bring that aspect back. But what I do want to bring back is the communal living and the borderless world and the free flow of people. And then we can just do the good work with the psychology of people and be like, hey, treat people well and work together, and everybody will be able to take care of everybody, and nobody will have to fucking want for shit. No more scarcity. Like, I don't know why you push against my characterization of your logic when I'm literally just replacing essentially the nouns. I'm just taking the names and going swap, swap, boom. And you are practically just throwing a fit over it, buddy. Like, I don't mean to upset you or anything, but Dude, Biden, come on, dude. Curtailed the number of flights to the U.S. for Afghans who worked alongside the U.S. as it prioritizes the evacuation of American personnel from the country. No! Pull the people who are in the most danger home. The U.S. troops can wait for another fucking flight. Okay? I don't want them to be necessarily staying there, but... Jesus fucking Christ. Every ideology is idealistic, buddy. All of them. There isn't a single ideology that isn't idealistic. Like, you say this, but Rojava is trucking along despite all the opposition, including from people like you. You haven't been able to crush it. You failed at every attempt. It's still running around and still doing good work for its people. Oh, and, there's another point against you here. My most recent retweet. Anarchist Black Bloc in Afghanistan. Federation of Anarchism era. We are still raising funds for our comrades in Afghanistan. Our comrades decided to use the latest received donations to help refugees and street children in Kabul. Buddy, anarchists have been putting in more work to make the world better than any movement you have ever thought about. Like, seriously. It's been starting to work in the real world. If it weren't for people like you, and also people like Caleb Maupin, Spain would have an anarchist, more of an anarchist run right now because of anarchist Catalonia. But guess what? I mean, aside from I don't know a whole lot about everything that went in there, I do know that the nationalists and the Marxist-Leninists, who didn't like the lack of authority that was there, teamed up to work with the fascists and ended up getting the entire thing pretty much fucked over. So, I mean, you say that it can't and will never happen in the real world, but there's plenty of evidence that it can and almost has happened in the real world quite a bit. And the only reason it hasn't is due to groups of people who are power-hungry authoritarian fucks working with other groups that are even more power-hungry authoritarian fucks to try and overthrow and smash the area that is trying to perform the anarchist project. All bad. So I don't know why you would ever bring up, oh, it can't happen. It would never happen in the real world. Like, no? You know what else will never happen in the real world? Syria becoming big Syria again. Fucking got him. You can wish it all you want, but guess what, buddy? It's just not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen. You can't have it. It's not allowed. Wow, this is a lot of fucking people. I didn't expect this. Is it because of the Afghanistan takes? Is it because probably should have titled this a little bit better. Oh well, people meme and cream over it. The Afghanistan takes, though, yeah, like I've seen so many bad ones. Ugh. If you have any doubts about the U.S. pulling out, you just wanted us to stay in forever war. No, no. That's not at all the case. There's ways that things could have been done differently. Huh, CIA. No, that's about the level of discourse you're gonna get around this if you're on Twitter. But that's seriously very sad. I really like Thorn. Whee! should probably pick up some crucible bounties. This has been a very interesting day. Oh, hang on, look at all these fucking things I have
ク
to
ルー
pick
シ
up.
ブルは
Bloop,
恐れているか
bloop, 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 bloop,
気をつけて使え
bloop, bloop.
どこかで戦いを楽しんでいるなまた
考えてみよう。
Heck, I'm not even on voice chat right now.
ウォーロック宛てです。浮遊するなんて悪い荷物です。
No, it's really not.
いい感じ。
Great Syria is not gonna happen, Camel. You would have to go in and wipe out the Kurds, and that would be a form of genocide, Camel. And yeah, you don't want to try a form of genocide right now. Remember how you were talking about how Syria is not allowed to have chemical or nuclear weapons, and why you find it and how you find it unfair? You might want to think real carefully about the ramifications of trying to make Great Syria. Well, I wouldn't want anything bad to happen. I mean, I would want people to try and stop you, mostly the Rojavans and shit. But you would have to try and commit forms of genocide, because I guarantee you that Jordan, as a matter of fact, I almost bet I can look up fucking polling on this shit. Hey, Camel. You do know that Jordan is one of the people doing airstrikes against Syria? Do you think Jordan would want Syria to come and take over? You and Lebanon just started getting on good terms for the first time since 1943. In 2008, that is. Oh yeah, and you're okay. Jordan's treatment of Palestinians escaping Syria because they're escaping. You don't. No. No. You don't care about the people there. You just want to build a fucking Syrian ethno state. You can't fucking lie to me, Camel. I have the internet. They're happier now than they were under Syria, which is why they're airstriking fucking Syria. They want a stable Syria, partly so that Syria doesn't try and come and take over them. I literally just looked at it. Why do you gotta lie to me? Yeah, Jordan may not be one of the happiest countries, but they're happier than they were. They don't want to be part of Syria. You know who the least happy country in the world is? Japan. I wonder why they're not so happy. Maybe it's because they're having to deal with fucking wars and shit. There's destabilization in the entire fucking region. that's probably why they're not super happy. People of Syria aren't too fucking happy either, Camel. 113th out of all the countries analyzed? No. You're not very happy either. You know who is happy? Finland. Like, I have data on this shit. It's really easy to fucking check, dude. I don't know why you would try and die on this hill. Shit. Nick, let me pop open the Discord, and I might open it up at a point, but I'm not entirely sure, because it has been a week. I barely was able to get my internet back on today. It's been a thing. So, yeah. I'm going to be right back, y'all. I need to take a bit of a break. I took one in like an hour and 20 minutes ago, so I'll be right back, and this time I'll leave y'all with some music. It's my own song. And yes, sanctions are partly responsible for killing the country. I agree. The U.S. needs to stop the sanctions and shit. I don't support that.
The kid's too smart to ever learn. Too on fire to feel the burn of desires all around him.
テムでないならいいけど。最近はニュースを見るの。
しなければならないタスクがあります。言ってください。
これは直せる。
サービスログ更新。通常テスト
最近
進行中
雨の
です。
足がおかしい。これは直せる。あなたのシステムに不具合がある可能性があります。
クルーシブルのあの回線を見損ねたのか。
診断を提案
残念だな。
しなければならないタスクがあります。言ってください。このタイミングによると、今日は
あなたのシステムに不具合がある可能性があります。プログラミングの確認のため、診断を提案します。こんなの今までに見たことある？メンテナンス中です。昨夜は私のチームが負けたの。すべてのチャンネルを監視しています。警戒を続けてください。このパーツを使えると思う？このシステムは遮断しないと。重要なシステムでないならいいけど。最近はニュースを見るのが怖い。これはちょっと。こんなの今までに見たことある？彼は何を言ってるの？これでいいの？
Alrighty, y'all, we are actually back. Sorry that took a little bit longer.
ホールンは暗闇の中でも見えるの。ネズミみたいに。
Camel, why do you assume I have no idea? I do. I know how fucked the sanctions are. I know how fucked embargoes and blockades are. That's why I want the US to fucking remove them. Like, buddy, I know they're devastating. I know they cause major problems. And then the U.S. points to those governments and says that they can't provide for their people. They use it as a justification for regime change. They either go in and install somebody themselves, or they wait until the people of the country are tired of living like that, replace the person there, and then they remove the sanctions and blockades whenever it's somebody acceptable to the U.S. I know how it goes, and I fight against it, dude. Trust me, my friend. I'm not a big fan of it. Having a meme over here, but excuse me. Yeah, I really don't like when probably around Contra. January 6th was bad, but around Contra was really bad too. The U.S. Yeah, Commandant Shinji says the situation in Afghanistan is just as much the fault of the former Soviet Union as it is America's. Shinji is Cuban, by the way. And somebody else said the USSR can eat half this shit pie. We'll dig up its corpse, shove it down its throat, and rebury it in an unmarked grave. Which, yeah, I can see that being the thing. You know. Oh hell, something like that. It's just in a short period of time. Hello.
Ew.
What's going on?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Not much. I'm actually yeah. I'm just working on an art piece right now.
Oh, right on. Yeah, I'm doing some, playing some Destiny, just kind of chilling, you know. Uh, I don't know if Camel is still here after my break. That
Nice.
took a little longer than I usually do, but I wanted to smoke a joint.
Mm. Yeah. You meet all kinds of people on the internet.
Oh, yeah. Well, he was talking about how the sanctions are killing the country, and the U.S. is trying to starve them into chaos. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I don't like the sanctions. I want them removed. And he was like, I bought this pair of glasses last year. It
Yeah.
cost me 15,000
Sanctions have never
pounds.
done a country any good.
No. But apparently his glasses cost like 15,000 pounds. He broke them
Jesus.
yesterday. To get new ones, it cost 55,000 pounds. The first pair of glasses he ever got was 700. I know the sanctions are crushing. Like, I know this.
Damn.
You can look at the numbers.
Yeah. Sanctions have never done any good for countries. It's not an effective means of getting what you want for the most part. It's just punishment. It's a weapon.
Yeah, that's it. Oh god, where is it?
Yeah.
Where's it coming from?
Oh no.
I'll get attacked.
Calm down, dog.
Yeah, because I'm doing private matches against my cousin. And, oh god,
Django, calm down.
fucked up.
My dog's freaking out for some reason.
You know, they do that.
Hello?
Hello?
They do.
Yeah, doggos, yeah.
There's a delay. We're getting hit by storms again.
Oh, hooray. You know, the most fun. Exactly what you need right now.
Yeah. Yeah. As if my internet wasn't bad enough.
So what do you think of that, Caleb? Nerd?
よし
Nerd.
Fuck!
リードを失ったぞ
Oh god. Yeah, it was
Fuck,
really
he says.
intense. Ow.
Okay. I'm just working on this eyeball piece. It's going to be another one of those fantasy absurd landscapes.
Camel, dude, not everything is about you having it worse. There's some really bad fucking internet in America. Like, seriously bad.
Yeah. Like, it's America's internet is probably, I'd say, at least 5-6 years behind the rest of the first world, at least. Maybe more.
Easy. Yeah. Like, my internet is pretty fucking bad. Now, I recognize that I do pay a lot for my internet, and
Yeah.
it is better than in some parts of the world, and even better than in some parts of this country. But that doesn't mean my internet is good. Matter of fact, I'd
No.
say kind of the opposite, actually.
It just means you pay a whole bunch for shitty internet. Yeah.
I told you, Camel, we do agree on some things, but you're very obstinate about acknowledging what the other things that we do definitely agree on. You're supremely obstinate about acknowledging historic facts.
Oh shit, you calling him out, dude.
Yeah, I'm starting to think I may have to do some actual debates on this fucking channel. How did
Oh
none of those
dear.
shots hit?
We never want this. This is
Just the occasional ones. Mostly, I want to do discussions of lefty strategy with people, but occasionally there's just some people that
Right.
just need to be debated. Like, I'm a tiny channel. I can recognize I'm also an idiot. I would still debate Mike from PA. I have to look into all the positions. That's the good thing about not being super smart and knowing that I have a lot to learn, is I have to look into the shit.
true.
Like, I love the accusation that I'm not read on subjects that I talk about, and it's like, no, I literally just did like 6 hours of reading. before I did anything, before I did any talking about it. And if I didn't do 6 hours,
LMFAO, you read, not a true leftist.
right? Yeah. Outed myself. I read something that's not, something other than just theory. The no true leftist fallacy.
This piece that I'm working on, it's damn leftists, they ruined leftism.
Right? Well, they kind of did in a sense. Like, jeez.
But why is it true? Why is it true, though? Oh no, the fallacy is true. It wasn't a fallacy. Hey yo, I'm gonna send you a rough draft of what I'm working on right now.
Oh yeah.
I feel like it's missing something, but I don't quite know what it's missing. They're both sending.
Yeah, I think I just got them. Either that or my phone buzzed for different reasons. I have no idea. Oh, my phone, because it's logged into my Twitter right now. It buzzed for, I have a notification, because I've got it pulled up on my monitor too. I have a notification and a message.
Lit.
No, I didn't have the ability to ADS. No, I was reloading. No. Very concentrated right now. I'm in one of the hardest matchups of my life. I got this fucking nerd over here using super long range weapons. Ow. Very confused by what's going on. Shit. Yeah. What do you? How do you feel about
me on a daily basis?
Woo! Yeah, absolutely. How do you feel about the ridiculous discourse that's been going on over the Afghanistan pullout with the whole Taliban taking over and everything? Especially with what Kyle Kalinske said.
My friend, I have been avoiding the discourse for this specific reason. I've been avoiding looking at that shit because I knew there was going to be some horrible fucking takes. And it's just like, oh my god, just because the US suffers from it doesn't mean it's a good thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, the deal
like,
is
should we have ever gone into Afghanistan? No. Are there better options than letting the fucking Taliban take over? Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. This double long range loadout's gonna piss me the fuck off here. I can't get close enough to do shit.
Oof.
No, that's true. Every action has a reaction. We have Islamists that want Sharia law, and they have ground and a large base of supporters. We need a strong state to keep it together. This isn't the West. That doesn't mean you need a strong state, homie. That is not a correlation I recognize. You have Islamic fundamentalists, and guess what? You also have anarchists who oppose it. You took 2 damage from that direct rocket.
Hierarchy is cringe.
Yeah.
Hierarchy is cringe.
Absolutely. Hierarchy sucks. Anarchy is the one true way. God damn.
We come from anarchy and we will return to anarchy. Reject democracy, embrace monkey.
I'm not named them. I think direct democracy is fine, but it has to be implemented.
No. I'm just memeing.
I do like monkey though.
Like, here's the thing. Yeah, monkey good. But the thing is that the human species, in all likelihood, is not going to last until the end of time. We will become extinct at some point or another. We will cease to have an effect on this planet at some point. At which point, all of our artificial constructs and political nonsense and all that goes out the fucking window, and what we're left with is a utter lack of hierarchy that is imposed. Artificial hierarchy, I should say.
The 2 fire swords could have killed you. I hate you with 2. I hate you with 2 fire swords as you were starting to throw your blade barrage. You should have died.
If that didn't make any sense, I am stoned right now.
Sorry, I'm talking to my cousin. Yeah. That's not bad. Actually, no, that's the wrong one. Boom. Never even got a spare ration. Alright, we're about to get back into matches, but dude, it was weird. One of those knives you threw acted like it was just a bottom tree knife.
As you
What's up?
uh,
Oh, hold on, you roboted. For a camel, I don't know why you're laughing.
because I'm high.
No, camel. He's laughing when I told him that you don't need a strong state. It's true, you fucking don't. Again, Rojava. Rojava based. Pulling out the 120. So you just pull out a longer range. You came in here and then pulled out a longer range hand cannon to sit as far back as you could. No, I'm using a 140. That sounds like your 120.
You completely roboted out for me.
You wrote it. Yeah, you were roboting out too. I think that was just Discord. No, you're good. You're good. It just means I have to play a little smarter. Is it volume? Is that the issue right now? The shit, yeah, I'm gonna have to deal with this one. Thank you. I did not think that was gonna hit.
トップに躍り出た
So sorry. The discourse around the whole thing. Kyle's take was fucking garbage. He talked about like he has a tweet up that's can't wait to see a CNN reporter crying over the events of Jalalabad. What the fuck's happening? So yeah, people are like, I am glad that people are shitting on Kyle for the take, instead of being like, so true. Except for people shit posting, obviously. Wow. You still there, Nick? You don't have a shotgun on you? Huh. Fair. It doesn't need it? Good evade. Nick, are you still there? Did your robot out? Did your internet cut out on you? Yo, that is sick ass art. Oh, fuck. Ow. Good shots. Oh, Nick's gone. Sorry, Nick. I don't know if it was the internet or if it was me being dual concentrated, but that was kind of an impromptu thing. I didn't actually expect. Oh, you nerd. No, I forgot you were using a fucking sniper and that it was going to be a fast shooty sniper. Wow. I shot you in the face. Yeah. Yeah, no, you took the damage. Uh-huh. Yeah, because it doesn't fucking matter. Really, that's some bullshit. I know that I was hurting you. Wasn't about to happen. Yeah. It's slow right now. Took the entire arsenal. This one lasts forever. I didn't even remember that. Wow, what's the velocity on that thing? Insanity. Wait, what? No fucking way. I was out of that. What? Whoa.
あと3分。2番目だ。
Yeah, your bullet just came through it. The last bullet came through that wall to hit me. Yeah. I'm like, what? God damn it. Oh shit. Nick's Discord crashed. That's what it was. Okay.
いいぞ。
Bro, you're destroying me in the one-on-one fucking primary engagements. It's just the super kill and the 2 rocket kills that have put me where I'm at. I had to reload. God damn it! How did you shoot me through the wall? I see it, yeah.
あと3分。2番目だ。
I just wasn't quite in its distance. Fuck, that's a good ass grenade.
もう少しだ。 2位だ。悪くない。全く悪くないぞ。この敗戦を糧にして立ち上がれ。
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm not so sure about this dire promise, honestly. It's crispy. I like Thorn. I find it to be really solid right now. Yeah, you pull out a shotgun. I'm gonna practice with duality. This thing is really, really potent. Yeah, Avatar: The Last Airbender was a phenomenal fucking show. Yeah, let's just disconnect from that. Beep, 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 beep. Your mom is 20 minutes. My cousin. His mom is my aunt. Dog meat is trending in the USA. Why? Bro, dude, don't want to be abused? Stop making your parents mad. Simple as. Wow. Alright, alright. Let's get this one in. And then we're gonna call it. We're going to maneuver our way over to not streaming. For the day, that is. It is 7:02. It is time to do other things after this.
Rumble. Everything is敵だ、ガーディアン。
Let's fucking go. Whoa! That was weird on me. I shot at you with the shotgun while I was in the air. My reticle wasn't on you, but I was ADSing from my, ow, from my thing. And I'm using this, 180 hand cannon. Yeah, but it was like way faster than I thought. I didn't think of this thing as something having a quick drop. No, you've already gotten to the point where you could hit. I was crouching. I didn't move fast enough. That's my B. What shoddy are you using? Which shoddy are you using? You think they touched it up some? Too slow. God damn it. Yep, that thing definitely shreds from up close. No, you don't need to. It just shreds.
どんな打ち合いを見られるのか楽しみだ。
I didn't do it. Yeah. Man, that was a good ass throw. Fucking shit. Hold on. Too fucking bad. Gotta call stream, hold on.
Lead を失ったぞ。
Okay, there we go. We're back. And yeah, no, Camel, ISIS and Taliban are clashing. I never said otherwise. I never said they were the same. If this is just breaking news stuff, I appreciate the information. I don't know. I don't know. It melts fast, as fast as Void Wall. So, god damn. Yeah, that thing just has a faster fire rate, so you can put more bullets into me before I can kill you. I have to get the perfect shots off. And you have a laser. Holy shit. The Afghani branch of ISIS, you mean? Huh. Are you leaving, Camel? Well, hey buddy, I do hope that you do tune in more later. We can have some more discussions. I do appreciate the news. I didn't know that the ISIS branch of ISIS, or the Afghanistan branch of ISIS, was fighting with the Taliban, but I did figure that they would probably not be allies. If you're taking off, I do hope you have a great one, buddy. I do. Like, yeah, Cam will take care if you're having to go. But I do hope to see you again. At the very least, so I know that something didn't happen to you. I like this chess piece. You beat me the first two matches. Yeah, you beat me the first two matches, and I'm getting used to this loadout, and I repositioned myself a little bit so that I'm more even with my screen. I do need to put something underneath this monitor to raise it up some. Fucking perfect ass grenade. I'm so glad I saw that grenade indicator on my screen. Ah! Good approach. Good approach. That was a beautiful move. I didn't get to shoot you, and I was way out over the railing and didn't have a way to get back. So all I had was Phoenix dive. So I just had to Phoenix dive off the map. If you'd put a bullet into me, it would have fucking ruined me. But Devil's Ruin works as well. I mean, I guess it is it. I guess by the logic of it ruining me, I must be a devil. I do that sometimes in a panic. You just panic press things. Good one. It was absolute domination. I don't have Icarus dash on this subclass, so I can't just dash out of it. I have to play real fucking smart with it. I am digging this loadout, though. Holy shit. Phoenix dive. Sometimes, apparently sliding will do that exact same thing sometimes. I wish you were fucking dead, but no. I missed. I legitimately missed the hand cannon. I got you good with that fucking sticky. Undeniably. You didn't take, like, anything from that. No, not really. You still have shield. No, you still had shield on my screen. Yeah. It's supposed to just kill you outright. Yeah, it's the Phoenix dive. I'm supposed to kill you outright with it. It deals more damage. Because it's harder to aim. How? The fuck? That was good. That was good. But I definitely should have killed you with that Phoenix dive. That's the only complaint I have in this match so far. That... Hell no, you can't. 340 damage. Wow. Like, it didn't even really touch me. Like, that's it. It like blipped me for a quarter second and I walked right out of it. I had to reload. excellent throw. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, 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 no. Yeah, that one you just, like, rocketed. Super fucking... No, 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 like, more so than Stompies. More so than usual. I'm saying rocketing. Like, think Top Tree Dom Boy before Nerf. Rocketing. That you just out of nowhere. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it was faster. It was just faster than that. Bye-bye. I was floating in the air. That one, yeah. I don't know how you got there that fast, but no, from across the map to that spot. No, I literally already played with Dragon Shadow. Again, like, it just seems a little too fast. Now, it could be that we're just getting a better connection this time. Could be. Yeah. Yeah, like, it was just a little bit faster than I'm used to. Because I did the dive, and then I ran into the room and turned around. And as soon as I turned around, you're already right there. And I'm like, you were pretty far away. Shit, y'all. Been going for 4 hours. That's actually probably going to be it for me. I already did what I needed to do. I talked about the rhetoric styles. I've talked about Afghanistan. I've talked to this nationalist in chat. Yeah. See, the great thing is I can talk to him, and I've got this other monitor here, and I can just pull stuff up. And, yeah. So, that's going to be it for me. If you like the content, smash that like button. Go ahead and subscribe. Just fucking tune in later. Take care of yourselves. Try and take care of your community. And